Allez, on va continuer la dose là. Est-ce que je continue? Est-ce que j'essaierai pas de refaire les étoiles qui me manquent? Les me manquent. Étoile? Étoile où? Je suis sûr que c'est un truc. Ah, le 5 Perfect Landing. Allez, on essaye. Est-ce que je prends le BMOS? Ouais, je prends le custo. Regardez, on n'a pas besoin du top speed. Et... Voilà, il faut que je descende à encore 200. Et dans le vert, ça. Ah, ouais, on va dire que ça c'est bon. Oh, Perfect Landing. Et je crois qu'il n'y a pas beaucoup de rampes de ce circuit-là. Je vois que ça fait un petit moment. Hein. À chaque fois que je joue pas de 2 jours là. Voilà, j'ai trop tourné. C'est un good ça, on recommence. Ok, juste en tournant, décalant un petit peu, il y a peut-être lever. Je sais pas s'il faut lever le nez ou pas. Perfect. On va lever un tout petit peu le nez. Et il faut que j'aille à droite, je crois. Prochaine intersection. Même si ça s'affiche pas, il faut bien se poser. Good landing, c'est pas bon. Il a décollé. Perfect. Du moment que c'est perfect landing, ce qui se passe après, trop grave. Perfect. Ça affiche pas, mais c'est peut-être un perfect aussi. J'espère. Perfect. Ah, good. Si je réussis le dernier, c'est peut-être bon. Oh. Et comme le dernier s'affichera pas, là, je sais pas si je me suis bien mis ou pas. Vu que j'ai fait good, ouais. Ah si, c'est bon. Les deux pas affichés, c'était les perfect landing. Bon bah voilà. Voilà. Ici, il y en a plein. Hein. Alors ici, là, il faut faire toujours perfect landing. Customize. Donc il faut que je descende à 500. Les premiers. Ouais, 10 poissons. Enlever ça plutôt. Là, 10 de toi, 10 perfect landing. Et là, au moins, ça va. On fout de faire première. Là, il va y en avoir plein. Good. Ah, ah celui-là, je passe en dessous. C'est un good. Ah, j'ai raté 2. Ah ouais, ça va être dur, hein. On va faire une fois pour... même si on fait pas tout, c'est pas grave. Faire une fois pour se remettre le circuit dans le... On va recommencer. Recommencer. C'est pas du tout posé sur le circuit. Oh, perfect, là c'est bien, là. Ça en fait 4. Cinq. Non, pourquoi je suis parti à droite? Pourquoi je suis parti à droite? Allez, à gauche. J'ai appuyé à droite, c'est moi, c'est bien, c'est pas le jeu, c'est moi qui ai bien fait l'erreur. Pas parti dans le bon sens. Ah. Perfect. Okay. Je m'ajuste pas du tout. Il faut tout faire en même temps là, pivoter, le strafe, tourner, enfin... Pas évident, hein. Et là au moins c'est simple. Perfect ça, voilà. Perfect, oh ça c'est bien ça. Ah yes. Complètement raté. C'est la phase où il y a plein de... Ah non. Là c'est le gros virage et après il y a le virage où il n'y a pas le mur à l'extérieur là. Faire attention. Là c'est la série de virages. Si j'utilise pas le boost. J'espère que ça va compter. Là ça ferait 6 ou 7 là. Allez, on va dire que 8. Je sais pas si c'est 7 ou 8 là. Donc là, si je réussis les 3... La série de 3 sauts là. Il y a moyen que ça soit bon. Hein. Point. Et bien sûr que je passe dessous. Ah, j'ai fait quand même. Ah bon, bah c'est bon. Ah bah c'est bon. Voilà, c'est bon. Je prends. Donc j'étais bien à 8 avant les sauts. Ici, il me manque pareil. Perfect Lanté. À chaque fois, c'est ça qui me manque. Oula, ça, 553. Alors, perfect. On fout d'être premier ou pas. Seul truc qui est chiant quand t'es pas premier, bah c'est il vient, il te rentre dedans. Good, c'est pas bon. Perfect. Là j'en ai 2. Et 4. J'ai pas pris le bon chemin parce que j'ai pas beaucoup de sous là. Hein. Que de toi, j'en ai fait 4. Tu as 5. C'est-à-dire qu'il faut que je réussisse tous les sauts? Non. De la good. Oh. Faut que je trouve peut-être un autre chemin, mais je pense pas que là où il y a des embranchements, le chemin que je choisis pas, il y a plus de sauts, je crois pas. Hein. Je tourne dans l'autre sens, je pense aussi. Oh, good. On recommence. Et je pense que j'étais un peu trop levé là. Oh, j'ai raté. Là, c'est pas assez élevé, je pense. Faut que je lève le nez un peu dès le départ pour aller un peu plus loin. Je pense que c'est ça qui ferait que ce sera plus simple d'atterrir sur un endroit où c'est plus simple. Good. Ah merde. Tu as le chemin de... Moi je suis sur le chemin de gauche, faut que j'essaye le chemin de droite. Et surtout il faut que je fasse un perfect landing avant. Perfect, ok. Continuer, hein, c'est un perfect landing. Ah, j'en ai 2. Deux sur 2. 3 sur 3. Sur 4. 5. Ouais, il faut juste tout réussir parfaitement. 5 sauts, 2 toits, et il faut faire 10 perfect landing. Perfect. Perfect. Ouh. Oh, je rate le suivant aussi là. Perfect. C'est perfect ça, ouais. Du coup, c'était le dernier saut celui-là? Ah là c'est bon là? Ouais. C'est bon. Il en manque 2. Voler pour 100 mètres, je l'ai pas fait? C'est pas un truc où il n'y a pas de saut du tout ça? Et il faut faire 2 km en un seul saut. On est à 15. Faut que je fasse un saut quelque part. Et vu la distance, comment elle est courte, ça veut dire qu'il faut que je prenne un truc où il n'y a pas de... Un rebord où il n'y a pas de mur. Que je fasse une sortie de route et que je me remette dedans. Voilà. Essayer de trouver où. Pour l'instant, il y a des murs partout. Oh, vas-y, hein, passe devant. Il est là. C'est sur une bosse. Parce que là, je vois pas de... Il y a des murs partout, hein. Sur chaque côté... Chaque côté de la route, hein. Ça va être une bosse, ici par exemple, non? Non. Là, j'ai décollé. Il faut que je trouve une bosse où je peux décoller. Sauf que là, la limite, elle était trop proche. Et il y a moyen, donc faut que je trouve une bosse. Parce que 100 mètres, c'est pas beaucoup. Genre à la fin du tour, il y a comme une bosse. Peut-être que c'est là? Sur une grande ligne droite. On va réessayer là. Ah, il fallait accélérer en même temps. Juste lever le nez, ça suffit pas. D'accord. Voilà. Ah non plus. Ouais, bah c'est au niveau du temple là où je m'étais craché. Ah, ça n'a pas décollé. ça va pas décoller. Où est-ce qu'on peut faire ça? Faut que j'essaye tout sur le premier tour même. Hein. Réussi à décoller. Peut-être que je joue comme ça aussi, hein. J'ai tellement pas l'habitude de jouer comme ça. Et... j'y arrive trop pas à jouer comme ça, j'aime pas du tout. Ouais, mais bon. Quand je décolle, il décolle, quoi. Donc c'est pas forcément ici. Je vais essayer à la fin. J'y arrive à la fin maintenant. Ça va pas sauter. Le seul endroit où j'ai réussi à sauter, c'est sous le temple, mais dès que je décolle, ça crache. Faut que je trouve l'endroit. Et après, faut trouver la façon. quand même, hein. J'arrive pas à retomber assez vite. Non. Pas ici non plus. C'est le seul endroit où j'ai réussi à faire sauter le vaisseau, c'est sous le temple, hein. Ah bah oui. Ouais. J'arrive trop vite aussi, peut-être. Peut-être que j'arrive trop vite. Pitch the null down right there, not pitch down. No, that's not what I'm trying to say. There's a challenge to fly 100 meter. So I have to fly up. And it's the only place I can do that, I think. I know I have to pitch down to stay on the track. Ah! Tell me! I don't know where it is. Is it at the end? I'm a noob on the game, huh, by the way. Second lap, start, off-road. Oh, on the section where there are dirt, where there are dirt on the track. You can fly up there. I'll try. Oh. So I need both boosts. So it has to be on the second lap. Okay. It's this section. So I believe this small bump at the end. Okay, I'll try. Thanks! Because I would have to spend time on the wrong section to try to make it work. I bought the game not long ago on a sale and I'm trying to learn. The game is fun. It's hard, but fun. It should be there. Okay, I went up. I hope it's enough. Oh, there's no message. I read it after I finish this. Yes! Yep. You pause the game, tells you on the lower left. Oh, I didn't know. And now it's 2 kilometers in a single jump. Let's go. This is the first big jump here. Might be here. Nope. It's not that. Picky one. Slight shortcut. I'm not at the point where I can do shortcuts yet. My goal is to not hit walls now. Not really do shortcuts yet. I'm not at that point. Ah, c'est peut-être ici. Might be here. Oh! It was just one turn. One lap. Oh, et là. « 1500. » I think I can do the 2K on that jump. If I push it a little bit more. Yep. I think I'll have to do it again. If I can hold, if I can fly until the limits before crashing, I think that's the 2K. Up. Oh, t'es là. Ah. No. That was not good. Aïe. I didn't see. Et... Une 400. Ah. Shouldn't I've used that? Ah. Ouh là là. Oh, didn't count. Mhm. I'm just short 100 meter. I think if I can reach the limit just before where you crash, it could be good. And if it's not that jump, I don't know where I can do the 2K. Oh, it might be here. Now that I think about it, might be this jump. Oh yeah, it's 600, not one. So yeah, it might be this jump. So I need to keep my boost for this jump. No. Did I reach the limit or I just hit something? The shortcut? That means I have to skip the middle part and make the jump from the beginning. That might be the answer. Which means, where do I begin my boost? So on here. Almost. And that looks like a 2K jump, huh? Yes! Okay, now we have to finish the track. Ah! Hey. Has no collision. Ah. It's a finishing speed. Still 575. Let's go. Ah, I know. Oof. I like the tracks here. They're all fun and more on the speed side, just like Mount Fuji. And they're on the easier side, you see. The easier side too. The last track I unlocked was Neo Tokyo, I think, and I just couldn't race on it too hard. A whole lot of tricky turns. And turns without wall, so I just fly away. Where should I boost? Something around here. Oh! Ah, no! Not that. I have to look at the timer and speed on the 5-7 last sequence. Maybe? Ah! Ah! I got it! Fly 5k. 600. And here it's total airtime counts, not just one jump. I used to hate this this circuit. This track was the first big hurdle when I began the game. And it's the track I think I spent the most time in yet. What's that? Yep, the jumps and the hit. And I think it's the first circuit I unlock where there are turns with no walls. So oftentimes you just fly out until you learn how to take them. Oh. There's this turn right here. The number of times I died just here. Oof. I don't have a lot of time to do second turn here, second lap. Yeah. I will not make it to the first jump. And I'm not that far. Okay. The air path shortcut near the end. I don't know anything about the game. I didn't watch any tutorial, any guide. I just wanted to learn by playing. I'm still discovering most of it right now. So if you have tips, I'm all here. I don't know why, but I wanted to play this game the old way, without watching guide, without learning anything, just put the game and play and see where the game takes me. And it's fun. But the game is not free. Eh? The game speaks. It tells you to learn. Ah! Try... It's here. Can up. $3K. The final cave section. The region. There's a hill. Each up. Find an alternate path. Wow! Let's try. Should be around here. Oh! Not here. But maybe it's... Oh, here, maybe. Oh! I didn't know. And I got the 5K. I didn't know about that path. You can't see it. Qualify in first position. It's hard to land on the phone first in the qualifier. They have really good time. You can't make mistakes. Two community members watching. I didn't know. Welcome. first is 2 minutes. I have to make it under 2 minutes. And I think my best time here was 2:05 when I tried it the other day. $210, okay. Yep. This qualifier, I think I tried more than 10 times, and I could lower my time to, I think it was 2:05 or something around 2:05, and I couldn't go lower because of small mistakes here and there. And for boost timing, I just use it when I have it, so I don't think that's optimal. Ouais. One second. Right is faster, and I take left the first time. Okay. Oh, what's this for? Keep qualifying. Oh, I just want to do it for the completion, and it helps me learn the tracks. So it's not annoying. And for my boost, it's because I don't I don't really know the tracks yet, so I don't know where to use it, and instead of just keeping it, I just try to use it and see see where it goes. Two 6. Progress. Ah! Ah! Two 7. Nah, I didn't find it on its own. You helped me. You're giving me a lot of tips. And it's cool. Because I need them. Oh! Ah! Oh! Why did I use the brake there? Ah, ça embrasse pas, ça mange les murs. Hein. Ça mange les murs bien comme il faut. Hein. Oh! Ah! 2-5. It was on a random YouTube video. I'm not into a racing game at all, and I wanted to try one, so I watched some compilation of videos. And this game caught my eye because it looked like Wipeout. And when it was on sale, it was $9. I just took it. It was, I don't think it was more than a month ago. because I have people close to me who likes racing and racing games, and I wanted to try one, but I'm not into simulation. I'm more into arcade stuff, and this one is really good. I really like the gameplay, the twin stick approach, and how you have to manage your boosts, the risk reward. It's really what makes the game fun for me. And the more I learn about the game, the more I get that the skill ceiling is really high. And it's just cool. The game is just cool. The game is beautiful. It runs well, and I don't have a powerful PC, but the game runs well, so it's just a good game. I'm really enjoying learning the game, even though I still have a lot. I have a lot to learn. Not eating walls is the priority. I'm eating too much walls. To 6. And another thing that I like on this game is the lack of randomness. I know if the answer is always you just have to play better. And that's kind of cool. Ah! Oh, you took this game to GDQ. I need to watch that. Ah. I think it's a really good game. The mechanics are simple to understand, but it's really not simple to master. You have to put time and practice. And the reward is you as a player getting better. And that's really fun. For me, at least. Yeah, I think I'll come back later. Ah! The only thing I did watching a review of the game was this. Put everything off. And except this. And I'm trying to learn like that. I don't know if it's a good idea, but it's fun like that. Mm, 2 kilometer jump ici. Yeah. 600. Cloud Ocean. And this track is still hard for me. Lots of jump, lots of no walls. Okay, where do I jump to make the 2K? An entire week. Oh. I can't even think about the jump. I'm just trying to stay on the track. Just like that. Oh! I tried. Can I? No. I cannot. Oh, I'll look for that. And I think when I take a break, I'm gonna watch the GDQ run. I don't know how long I'm gonna play the game, but for now it's just fun. Oh là là. The fog. Le 2 km, je pense que c'est à la fin là. Okay, I'm gonna watch it. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for the tips. Bon. Poisson, c'est pas ici? Et ici? Ah, c'est non. Bon, on va continuer. On va continuer la suite. Yeah. I don't know if a good ship. I might need change. Oh, le lastique. Ah. Tour. Ah! Putain, je mange trop les murs. Ah! Ouf! Alors, top speed 1500. Oh bah c'est bon. J'ai le temps et le top speed. De toute façon là... 500 c'est plus trop un problème avec les modifications que j'ai débloquées. Ah. JP avec l'ennemi. Ouais. Le véhicule il tourne pas. Oh là là. Oh, c'était pas perfect ça? Oh. Allez. Ah, j'avais la moitié quand même des perfect landing. Oh là 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 là. Saleté là. Oh, passer dessous. Ok, là c'est le circuit où tu fais toutes les versions du circuit NDLOT. Donc à chaque fois ça change. Ah, c'est ici. Oh! Faire une pause aussi après, hein. Oh là là. ça good. Oh là là. Est-ce que c'est... Ouais, non, il faut que je reste avec ce... Avec ce véhicule-là, c'est ce véhicule-là pour ce circuit-là. Il y a beaucoup de résistance à chaleur, là. Oh yes. Et les 10 landing. Quelle heure il est là? J'ai peut-être le temps pour une course. Il faut voler. Ah. Comme ça. Et ici, c'est peut-être pas ce vaisseau-là qu'il faut que je prenne. Peut-être que je joue conquérant ici. Si je pouvais le prendre là. Voilà. Yes. J'ai fait tout bon. Oh, c'est joli, hein. Ah, Sidrain, c'est bien. Ah, aussi. Ah, Néo Tokyo. les murs. C'est parti. Ah non, j'aurais pu continuer. Oh, virage. Oh. Il fallait où? Il fallait aller où? On va essayer de prendre à droite. Les 2 fois. Putain, à chaque fois je me mange ce mur. Et ici là. Parti là. Ah, il faut reprendre. Pas compris. Il faut reprendre à gauche tout de suite. Ou prendre, ou pas prendre le boost à droite. On va plutôt essayer ça. Oh! Ça m'a jeté. Bon, je pense que la pause, elle se fera sur ce circuit. Hein. Oh, et ça va où? D'accord. Il faut que j'aille sous l'eau. La suite, c'est sous l'eau. Donc il doit y avoir des bâtiments à esquiver, là. On va essayer de passer à droite. Ah, je tourne trop tôt. Ah ouais? Ah non, c'est bon. Je croyais que le véhicule avait décollé. J'ai même pas réussi à prendre le boost. En à gauche, on dirait que c'est mieux. Ça a l'air plus simple. La musique fait penser à Super Meat Boy. Allez, pause. Voilà. Je vais manger, j'en reviens. Hop et là. Alors. Tac. On va changer ça. Tac. Voilà. Oh, et du... Ouh là là. Gentil. Voilà. Ici. On va pas quitter. Juste son... Oui. Et Redout II. Allez, on va regarder. Ouais. On va voir les gens qui jouent bien au jeu.
Good evening, Pittsburgh. My name's Eddie. I'm the current world record holder of Redout II's All Boss category and also the proud owner of a Lenare Cup. And joining me on the couch on my left is Cloakshire, and on the right is your boy Squanto. So let's do some quick introductions. Cloakshire, who are you?
Hi, I'm Cloakshire. I am the resident Solha main in the community, also the holder of the most time attack world records.
C'est lui qui m'a aidé.
Fast, and I like fragile ship.
Alrighty. Squanto, what about you?
Hi, I'm your boy Squanto, and I'm not as skilled as these two, but I have been watching Eddie play this game for about 3 or 4 years now, since day one, and I've been playing through it casually recently because I told him last year that if he submitted to a GDQ and got in, then I would be learning it seriously, and here we are.
And now finally, it is with a great pleasure that I will introduce a remote dev commentator, Corsat84. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hello from Italy. Thanks for having me. I'm Giuseppe Ricofanchi, but you can call me Corsat. I'm the head of design at 34-Bit Things, and I've been game designer for Redout II.
Fantastic. So really quick, what is All Boss? In Redout II, we're going to be racing through 12 beautifully crafted environments starting on Mount Fuji and going all the way to Vertex version number soup. That is split into 3 different tracks altogether. What we're going to do is we're going to play the boss track, which is going to combine all 3 of these tracks into a single continuous circuit. And our job is to complete 1 lap of each of these tracks as fast as possible. You're going to see a lot of cuts, a lot of tricks, and a lot of things which are going to make me scared, but which should hopefully be very flashy. So at this point, I now have to ask, Blastorama, what ship won the ship team bid choice?
All right, the bid war is officially done, and the winning ship is Behemoth.
Ooh. Okay.
Literally in a tank.
Nice.
All right.
All right.
Time is going to start when you see a giant go flash on screen. It'll count down, but we'll count down all together. So, are we ready?
Yeah.
Let's get it. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so right away, I want to direct your attention to the bottom of the screen because there's 2 very important bars there. On the right, we have the orange bar, which is the heat gauge. On the left, we have the blue bar, which is your hull. In this game, you can boost using your heat gauge. However, you can, even after overheating, you can continue to boost by chewing into your hull. Think of something like F-Zero. And of course that we do that to increase our speed. And now that little diamond there that's gonna be turning green real soon represents your hyper boost, an additional method of boost that can be combined with your normal boost to go even faster, as we're gonna see right now. Being able to hit higher speeds than usual.
2600,
here in water.
700.
So
J'arrive pas là-bas encore, moi.
to detach to explain that, I'm going to explain all the unique control aspects of this game because, as you can see, we're not in a ship with wheels. I guess we have one because we're in Behemoth, but that's besides the point. So on the left stick, you control your steering just like you would in any other racing game. However, on the right stick is where things get interesting because left and right on the right stick controls your strafe to be able to move your ship horizontally without losing speed. But the up and down allows you to pitch your ship up and down, which you need to do when going over hills or through valleys to be sure not to scrape or fly off the track. However, we can use that to our advantage by pitching up at certain portions, whether there's enough curvature or we have a high enough speed to be able to detach and fly off the track. Well, now, why would we want to do that? Well, it's very simple because even while boosting or double boosting or hyper boosting on the ground, we have a slight speed cap depending on our ship's stats. However, when we're boosting through the air, that cap is completely gone. We'll continue to accelerate as you're here over.
Oh! Ah, bah bon.
Yeah, that is a big cut, and we're gonna be seeing a lot of those cuts throughout the run.
RNG.
Elle aurait réussi ça, ça aurait été tellement stylé.
So that's gonna be the running joke for today. So whenever we want to do that because we can boost for as long as possible, not just to cut the track, that as I mentioned, we get to go faster than our usual speeds through that. And one last thing to mention on the controls really quick, as I mentioned the strafing earlier, well, we can strafe and steer. So we can obviously strafe with our steer to be able to take turns tighter, but we can actually do what's known as counter strafing by strafing against our turn, which allows us to swing the back of the ship out to be able to take turns with tighter speeds. If you see something like that where it looks like a traditional drift in another kart race or something like Mario Kart, that's actually a counter strafe here.
And something else we're going to be seeing coming up here, if we've noticed, Eddie's burning that hyper boost all the way down. Now, whenever you use a hyper boost and let it go all the way, it's going to go on a cooldown for 12 seconds. However, if you cancel it early, the cooldown will be reduced, and it can go as low as 6 seconds. We're going to see an early cancel right here. He pops the hyper boost mid-turn so he can control when the next hyper boost becomes available. Since he has the tracks layout memorized, he's able to dictate where and when his next boost becomes available, so he can really take advantage of those long straights and just let the ship run full send, as he's doing right now, sweeping through these 2 straights into this winding turn.
All right, I think we have
It was a
time.
fantastic introduction to the basic mechanics, yeah.
Thank you. And I think we have time for just a quick donation here as we go to the end of Fuji.
Absolutely. We have Jones A with a $10 donation saying, there's been some great donation message puns this event. I hope this one gets read out too.
I like that one. I like that one. All right, we're going to be coming to the end of Fuji here. Now, you may be seeing me or Corsat take some notes down on our phones here between tracks. That it's not because this run's boring. Far from it. We're just going to be recording some times because we have a couple of incentives, and we also focus on the in-game time instead of just a collective time. So Cloak is actually going to be taking track of each individual course's time. Now we're going to be moving on to the second environment here of Old Cairo, moving to the hot desert environment here, and we're going to be seeing a little bit of a smaller track with some more turns. And this will actually be the first time we're going to see what's known as hot sections. So you'll be signified if you see a little flame particle effect around the corners of the screen, which will be coming up right here actually. And that has 2 different effects on your ship. One is pretty obvious. It's hot. That means your ship is going to heat up as you stay in them, which means that will affect how long we are able to boost. We're going to have to take it a little shorter because if we are at max heat, that does still eat into our hull. The second effect is a little more subtle, and that it affects the grip of your ship. You see, as I mentioned earlier, we're not racing with wheels, we're racing instead with magnets here, and similar to how your computer or phone may act a little bit worse whenever it's hot, so do our magnets. So the grip of our ship will actually be lessened through those.
And we're going to see Eddie utilize that detached jumping onto an alternate path.
Wow!
Redout has many tracks split into 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4 branching paths, and one path is typically faster. The path
Oh, no.
depends on the track's direction as well as the ship. So depending upon what ship you take,
Non, il faut que je... Attends.
that detached.
So the grip of, similar to how your computer or phone may act a little bit worse whenever it's hot, so do our magnets. So the grip of our ship will actually be lessened through those.
And we're going to utilize that detached right here. Jumping onto an alternate path.
Oh, c'est tellement stylé.
Has many tracks split into 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4 branching paths, and one path is typically faster than the rest, but sometimes the path you take depends on the track's direction as well as the ship. So depending upon what ship may have gotten picked, that may have influenced how this run looks. Of course, you want to provide a little insight on how you guys came to probably port the original Neo Coloma over inspiration for Old Cairo?
Yeah, this Cairo was basically the first environment to be the second, I think, environment to be finalized in Redout II. So, and we copied one track at the straight from the original game because it was loved by many of the original game's fans. And it was a very interesting process, and it's like these locations really close to our heart because like this was the moment when we made Cairo in Redout I, when we actually realized we were making a half-decent game, and we grew as a studio. And So we're always going to be in love with this environment.
Yeah, and we are in love with him as well. Coming up here, we're going to see Eddie taking advantage of something we call a slingshot. He's going to pass through this loop coming up into a curved left-hand turn, and he's going to take it at such an angle that he receives a speed boost and gets flung out of the turn, taking advantage of centrifugal force to get himself literally shot out of the turn like a cannon.
Yeah, going constantly, like 2200, 2400 kmh throughout that entire turn. Hitting some pretty tremendous speeds there.
And there we see again a cancel of the hyper boost, really manipulating that hyper boost timing so he can have it up for this final corkscrew that's going to lead him into the final turn of the track.
Yep, as we'll see here, that hyper comes out, getting lots of speed, be able to boost through that corkscrew.
Il faut vraiment cancel juste avant la fin.
Be the track here. That is Old Cairo. So now we'll be moving on to the third environment in the game here, which is Mars Memorial. And I'm actually going to pass this one off immediately to Corsat as we take our lap through Faith Town, because it sounds like there's some fun aspects you want to discuss about this track in particular.
Yeah, this was the very first track we produced for the game, and I just wanted to mention how the proportions of the track that you briefly talked about previously in Caio, like the track seems narrow in some
Cette course-là aussi est vraiment cool. Hein.
grid is about 100 feet wide. There's about 30 meters for us Europeans. And there is a sweet spot that has to be like hit while designing the track between being it too wide and being it too narrow. Like if you want to keep visual consistency and like proportions decently, then you have to have it narrow. But like for gameplay, and especially in order to accommodate for like new players, it has to be a little wider. So this was where, like, this is what you're seeing is our first experiment with track design. And it's very evident because they all share the same starting grid. Like, this was a philosophy we approached it with this game compared to Redout II, where each track was completely separate from the others. We decided to, keep a shared segment in the center at the start of it.
Perfect.
And in Mars, they go pretty much like...
Attends, il est parti où là?
Decided to keep a shared segment in the center at the start of it.
Perfect.
And in Mars, they go pretty much like their own way after the starting after the city.
And something we just witnessed Eddie pull off right there, he pulled off a technique we call in the community a roll dive. As Squanto mentioned earlier, you can utilize your strafe to move laterally on the track left or right. Typically when you take a jump, and you want to get back down to the track quickly, you would point the nose down, but that will split your forward momentum between going forward and descending. What Eddie did, and is about to do again, is he's going to roll the ship mid-flight and utilize his strafe to laterally move himself down so that all of his forward momentum can remain pointed forward. And not only that, something else to notate.
Oui, bah c'est logique.
Side there that we passed a low barrier. In fact, we just passed a few more, and there's no barriers on this left side. So the track does have barriers that will keep you, from wandering off the track, as well as barrierless sections that serve as a hazard. But there also is low barriers, like right here. If you approach these barriers with the nose pulled, barrier allowing you to cut corners or access certain shortcuts. And
it's very helpful too because those are colored yellow. So if you see any yellow barriers throughout, that is a sign that we can hop those, and we'll be seeing those plenty throughout the run here. And as we come up on the end here, I'll pass off to Blast. Do you have a couple donations we can get in here?
Yes, indeed I do. We have a $25 anonymous donation that says, I'd never heard of this game before, but I'm happy to be in the backseat of whatever this car, plane, ship, who knows. All I know is that mom is in the driver's seat saying F-Zero. No, we have F-Zero at home, and it's even faster. Nice to see Redout II for the first time. Go fast, Eddie Ketty.
Absolutely. And yeah, we're going to be seeing some more of that speed coming up here in just a second on the final jump. We're going to be taking the same jump we saw in Faith Town here.
Another roll dive execution.
Yep,
hopefully no billboard. No billboard.
Yeah, no billboard here.
And he clears the billboard.
Nice.
Perfect landing.
Great landing too, and then just a simple turn to the finish, and that will be Mars Memorial. Now, that was just the first 3 tracks of the game, which the game acquaints to you fairly early on, says, hey, here's how you can learn the game. But once we hit this 4th environment here, we get the first new environment here of Tartarus, which is the first large track in the game.
And my favorite aesthetic.
Oh yeah, this track is beautiful, but This game takes the definition of throwing you to the fire quite literally, and as we see Eddie descend into the Mines of Tartarus here, I want to call back to those hot sections where you'll be taking hull damage and have lower grip, because once we get into the Mines of Tartarus, it's a little more than just hot.
Oh yeah, you're going to be exposed to some prolonged heat, so Eddie's going to really have to dig in and manage that hull and that health, although not as much as he normally would, because he is literally in Behemoth. He is literally in a tank, and you're not.
This is the one good thing about Behemoth.
Yep, we are in its home environment.
Oh yeah. And as you can see here, this first turn is so tight. And reminder that is with lowered grip from the hot zones too. So we're going to be seeing a lot of that throughout this area. And I want to actually pass to Corsa here. Do you want to discuss a little bit kind of the design here with Tartarus Mines?
Yeah, well, as you said, like we played the easy track so far. Like this is the first time we actually throw some like nasty turns and nasty corners. There's an infamous one without barriers in the external wall.
Eh ben, ça match avec mon expérience. Hein.
Yeah, the crown corner, they love it. But yeah, the heat influences gameplay not only because of risk reward based on your boost patterns, but also like when your ship is very hot, you take more collision damage, and also you have slightly more grip and more stability on a hot track, less grip than on like a cold track and when you're running on water.
C'est stylé de
We
fou.
try to introduce these kind of sneak mechanics to help a little more, a little less experienced players and try to push for higher risk reward.
Now,
And also the curbs that you can see at the corner, like at the edges of the track, they're not like just there for decoration. They slightly push you inward. So when you're like just driving above a curb, just like in Formula One, let's say, we gently nudge you towards the center. Now Eddie doesn't definitely need that, but like we thought it could be an easy, a nice gesture for new players.
Yeah, coming up here, we're going to see the possible first instance of what we call a landing bug in the community, which does happen. For those of you watching, you probably notice Eddie's getting these landing grades whenever he hits a zone, like so, perfect landing. That's the one we want to look for since it preserves your speed and gives you a small bonus. But when a landing bug happens, his speed gets nerfed. For anyone familiar with SM64's backwards long jump, where you build up enough momentum to bypass something's collision in less than one frame, we believe that's happening here in Redout II, in which when you land fast enough at a harsh enough angle, your ship clips into the track and the game corrects you back up onto it, and this correction is what eats your speed. So, of course, any input on that? And a question for you. You said that heat increases grip. That is what some of the tutorials in-game say, but we found the opposite is heat actually decreases grip while cold increases it.
You're all wrong. No, that's the only explanation I can get of it. But like now talking about collisions, it's kind of funny that you mentioned it, because like I should say that like there is no physical collision between the ship and the truck, considering that the bottom of the truck and the walls, everything is math. So there is no collider like Redout II is made in Unreal Engine 5, but we use no physics collision between the ship and the truck. Everything is calculated, and that's because like at these speeds we found like physics to be not reliable, not too reliable.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to mention.
So sometimes, yeah, it happens.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention is previously there, we just saw Eddie take one of the paths there. As we mentioned, those split paths earlier. Sometimes they get really long, as we're going to see here, and there's typically a faster and shorter section here. But
Il faut partir à gauche.
Unique here, if you want to take it away, Clip.
Eddie is
Et faire un saut, bien sûr.
over to the other path.
Refaire un saut, bah oui.
Essentially, sometimes split paths. One is faster, while the other
Attends, il s'est passé quoi là?
is crossing over to the other path before crossing back over. Essentially, sometimes split paths. One is faster, while the other is outright slower, but the faster one still has a slower section that you want to avoid. So you may cross over from the fast section to avoid its slow section before. So you may cross over from the fast section. It has a slower section that you want to avoid. So you may cross over from the fast section to avoid the slow section before returning back to it, basically taking the best of both worlds when it comes to split.
Oh ouais, mais ça je connais pas du tout cette section-là.
Yes, and something else too is that we get a little bit more airtime there as well to be able to gain some more additional speed, as mentioned earlier with boosting throughout the air. And I think as we go to the end of Tartarus here, Blast, do you have maybe a donation or two to lead out this track?
Yeah, we got about 20 seconds for donations for you.
All right, I've got a $50 donation from Cloakshire. Wait a minute. It says, I've been watching GDQ at home for years, and now here I am for the first time sitting on the couch among friends. I'm simply amazed at how awesome the GDQ community is and how so many great people can come together for a great cause. My father was diagnosed with cancer in the early 2000s, and after treatment, he's been cancer-free for 22 years. Let's keep those donations coming so we can beat cancer faster than we fly in Redout II.
All right, we're going to be moving on to the fifth environment here, and this is going to be the exact we just saw. We were just in the fiery pits of Tartarus with all those twists and turns, and now we're in the deep blue Mariana.
Ouais, ici aussi, j'imagine, il y a plein de
A
shortcuts.
lot of straightaways here, and that's because of this new environment here being that we're in the water here. You want to explain some of the differences of that, Cloak?
Yeah, so there's two main side effects of being in the water.
First off,
hold on.
Oh, swag. Does he land it?
Of course.
Perfect land. Nice.
Nice.
So two effects of being in the water, other than, as you can see on the edges of the screen, unlike Tartarus, there's not fire on the edge. There's this watery blue effect that signifies that Eddie's ship is receiving enhanced cooling. So he will heat up slower, cool down faster, and consume less health when boosting underwater, which is actually a good thing, since when he's underwater, he has to fight the drag that water would bring to the ship. So that extra boost time is what's going to allow him to cut through that water and basically, you know, really take advantage, especially in Behemoth's case, because he's got that much more hole to burn.
We're going to be getting some long boosts during this track. And one thing as well as we mentioned the slingshots earlier, this track has a lot of those valleys that we're going to be able to see. So whenever he's go over some of those crests, we'll be utilizing slingshots, even if briefly. And we'll be seeing that a lot during Mariana here.
Exactly. He's going to be going on the outside of some inverted loops, pulling negative Gs. Think of like spinning a yo-yo around. Your hand's not moving that much, but the yo-yo's going a lot faster. That's essentially kind of what the ship is doing, kind of like what we saw right there.
Oh yeah, that was very clean. Just big jump into one of those slingshots here, and then immediately another jump here. This is what Mariana is all about.
So, of course, we went over a little bit of, you know, the side effects of being in water. If I'm not mistaken, it does affect some more aspects of the ship's handling as far as the raw stats. Can you elaborate a little more on that?
I think you covered pretty much like the basics of it. Like the atmospheric thickness was always an idea to play around with it. So lower speed, like of course you're driving in a liquid. I should mention, we tried with like proper physical parameters, like to see what the proper drag of water would be. And it's pretty close. The value that we actually implemented in the game are pretty close. So you're actually running on water, in water, I would say. So lower speed, lower steering and strafing, more stability, of course. And I should mention that how stability works, maybe, because it's basically a force that contrasts your centrifugal force, let's say. Like we apply a force to the center of the ship, trying to fight your, the urge of your ship to fly off the track. But then we also push it a little bit forward to compensate for the loss of speed that comes from, like, applying another force towards the center of the track.
Interesting.
Ooh, nice.
That was one. So we're at 2 so far. I should just mention, I am currently tracking those landing bugs that we have just gotten. We've only gotten 2 so far, but I am keeping track of those, and I am going to be doing a $5 donation at the end of the run for every single landing bug that we see.
Yeah, and I'm also going to be keeping track of something here as well. I'm keeping track how many times that Eddie taps a wall here, which I think I'm getting close. It can be hard to tell when you're going this high of speeds.
And juggling the commentary.
Oh yeah, like there's sometimes where it's like it'll be close enough, but that's actually not tapping. We're just riding that line really close, like there, for instance.
Yeah. And coming up here, we're actually going to see another prime example of a slingshot effect. Eddie's going to be jumping into a half pipe into a sweeping, curved right-hander. And if he can take a good line through this right-hander, he is going to get flung over 2,400 miles per hour. Sorry, I almost used the Imperial system. We need to keep it metric here in Redout. I did not mean to offend.
No, that's free.
That was a very clean jump. That half pipe jump alone is pretty tough.
On joue pas au même jeu.
Speed through that.
On joue clairement pas au même jeu.
From Eddie.
So it's a little hot in this section of the track, isn't it, Squanto?
Oh yeah, it's a little hot, but it might actually be the hottest.
Funnily enough, the geyser sections here at the end of the third track, Nuliachuk, is actually one of the hottest sections in the game, rivaling a hot magma section that we'll see later on in the DLC tracks. It's just kind of funny. You can chill literally right over lava and be fine, but chilling in a geyser underwater, your ship gives up.
Water's hot.
Yeah, water's hot. And we're going to be going to the exact opposite of the environment we're just in, going from the deep blue sea of the Mariana Trench to the beautiful cloud ocean in the skies. And now at the beginning of the track here, we're going to give a little bit of focus time for Eddie for a couple of technical jumps here. But one thing to highlight is that we are in the exact opposite environment, mean that we're in the thinner atmosphere here, which is actually going to have some different effects that we just saw.
Yeah, the ship's going to be a little more twitchy. He's going to have basically get more potency out of his thrust stat, more speed. The ship's going to be a little harder to control. So we're going to give him some focus time here for these jumps.
Yeah, and some of these jumps are very technical too, especially with those control changes.
Big roll dive opportunity.
Oh! Ah oui, d'accord.
Beautifully executed roll dive.
That was beautiful. Yeah, that jump can be pretty tricky, especially sometimes with these clouds, because sometimes these clouds decide to get in the way of that jump, and it can be a little tricky.
Yeah.
For like the entirety of that jump, by the way. I could not see what I was doing.
So as we ride the first third of this, Blast, do we have any donations that we want to squeeze in?
Yes, indeed we do. Your community has come out loud and strong in donations, so
Il faut aller à droite.
few of them.
Oh, boy.
We have $10 from Ukyu saying, wait, there's whales down here in the Mariana Trench? Greetings from the Netherlands. Good luck, Eddie Kenny. Good luck on the Neo Tokyo track later. Less than
Ah bah oui. Neo Tokyo.
Anonymous Redout II fan says with a $10 donation, Kane's Flats is the best track.
You're wrong.
We like to call it Payne's Splats.
Yeah, we'll get there in due time, but right now we're going to see a small cross here and short.
Ah oui, d'accord. Pourquoi tourner?
Big one, and we're going to want full focus for this upcoming jump because it's going to be very tricky.
Not this one.
Not this one.
No. we're about 10 seconds out.
Yeah, we're getting there.
C'est vrai ça? Pourquoi je fais pas ça moi? Pourtant j'appuie sur les boutons. Faut que j'appuie mieux. J'appuie pas mieux. Ah mais là je vois la technicité du jeu. Hein. Oh non!
I don't know how I saved that.
Ah, il faut revoir. Attends.
Okay.
Prends ici.
Very nice. I think I'm a little too high.
That
I don't
was
know how I
incredible.
saved that.
That looked very different than what I was used to. That you can't scare me like that now.
So what you just saw Eddie do there was leave the track to skip a bunch of small turns that he would have otherwise had to take at a slower pace. Now, you may be wondering, if he's able to do that, why doesn't he just literally leave the track and fly straight to the finish? That's because whenever you leave the track, everything past the next checkpoint goes inactive. So if you touch those parts of track that are inactive, your ship blows up and you don't receive credit. So if you leave the track, you want to make sure you come back to it before the next checkpoint or before you run into one of the invisible kill walls that our lovely playtester Blue has ensured we have a lot of in the game.
Yeah, and also not just avoiding those twists and turns that make you lose speed, because we're in the air, we're able to maintain those boosts and actually gain speed throughout it as well.
And of course, do we have a brief input on the flight?
Oh là là.
Well, not sure how much of an input, but I should mention that we were uncertain whether to keep them or not until the very last moment. But then it was very tricky to actually design these jumps with those.
Ah, faut prendre à l'envers.
This jump right here. This is one of the fastest sections in the game.
Very well
Eddie
done.
is screaming through it. One little landing bug there, kicking him down to 2,400.
Still maintains so
Still
much
maintains
speed.
so much speed through that.
That's that behemoth hole for you.
You guys,
yeah.
you guys did a fantastic job with Cloud Ocean. The speed you can reach there is just so fun, so fast.
For me, at least, that is a section that I think sells just how fast you're going more than almost anything in the game. It's beautiful.
Like it was very tough to plan all the landings and all the available trajectories, and like how to actually place the arrows around the level in order to guide the new players.
Oh yeah, and sometimes still, even going through these tracks the first time, sometimes I'll miss them. Anyways, we're going to go to a much smaller track here in Neo Tokyo, and as you can tell from that brutal first chicane, this track is all about tight turns, and it's very fitting because in game it even says this track was designed for street racing. It's very apparent all these tight twists and turns. So something to keep in mind here is we're usually trying to boost through these straightaways, just be able to build speed, but this track has fewer of those than most, so we're going to need to find some different spots to be able to maintain that boost.
And of course, with all of these turns, the bid war put me in the ship with some of the worst steering in the game.
Hey, it's fine in some.
J'étais sûr qu'il y avait des histoires de sauts.
Look at the bright side.
Par là.
Literally in a tank.
I feel like it.
So, Corsat, you told us that this was one of your favorite environments. So, tell us a little bit about why that is.
Personally, yes, because it's very tight, it's very compact, and so we had to like make an intelligent use of space while designing it, like actually thinking about each and every corner, how to find like space, this verticality and these jump like downwards. We were like literally trying to find some space in order to fit in some straight sections in this track because the space is so limited, especially in the city.
Ouais, c'est ça.
I actually have a question on that.
Reste sur ma voie.
Because you may notice there that part of the city's underwater. Was that always the case with this track?
Yeah, it was actually part of the lore. So underwater, what you see is the old city that was submerged for reasons, and then they built a new city just above it because it was easier.
Well, it was submerged for reasons, and then the SRL showed up to build a racetrack on top of something that happened, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they usually do that.
I think there's one example that's later on that's a little bit weirder of like, why would you build a racetrack here?
Ouais, c'est vrai, mais bon, je sais pas, je trouve le jeu plus fun en première personne.
It's one of those soon.
Le feeling de vitesse, il est plus... Enfin, je sais pas, je préfère.
Make it exciting, right?
Mais j'ai l'impression qu'il y a des shortcuts en première personne, c'est pas possible.
This game can be so different.
C'est très 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 difficile, mais bon.
By you, especially the neon lights at Neo Tokyo. Speaking of whizzing by, Blast, do you want to whiz by whiz by us with a few donations, please?
Absolutely, more love for the crew here as we have a $50 donation from Light Kite saying, shout out to my boy Cloakshire, best of luck to you as the runner. Timberly chimes in with a $50 donation saying hello from Texas. Shout out to the #1 Potemkin player and #1 master of talking fast, your boy Squanto. Keep up the great commentary. We're cheering you on in voice chat. And hang on now, Corsat also chimed in with a $50 donation, saying go faster than ever. And also check out our next game, Carmageddon Rogue Shift. Nice.
Ah, c'est eux qui font ça.
Yeah, I wanted to shout out to the team. Yeah, who is actually watching this live from the studio, so shout out to them.
Hi, 34-bit
actually wrapping up the next game, yeah.
So do I need to like put in a $50 donation now to get the 3 commentators all of donations for this run? All right, we're going to be coming to the end of Neo Tokyo there. And now we're going to be going from one of the smallest environments in the game to by far the longest. Welcome to Genesis. So for the previous tracks, we've seen like 3 minutes.
Bon, là, à partir de là, c'est les circuits, je connais pas.
450. For this track, we're looking for between 520 and 530. We're going to be seeing a lot of speed, so I want you to keep it right on the top right for the percentage, because if you think we're going fast, keep an eye on that. We're going to see just how long we have to go here. Now, I'll ask Coke a very important question. Have you been on a city in the moon before?
No. Canonically, this is the worst place to live.
I mean,
because it's outside my apartment window.
Absolutely, yeah. And you know, Eddie makes it look clean there, makes it look easy. But you know, in order to make it look good, you have to have failed it a few times.
Yeah. Why do you think I moved out?
Wait, you're on Genesis?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, you know what we do want to talk about, though, is this track of Lunar City. If you're a fan of these big jumps and cuts we've been doing, there's quite a few in the Lunar City here that should be a nice piece of eye candy for you.
Hitting the slingshot, quick break into this technical S-bend. There's B-Mouse Strafe coming in handy.
Ah non, je joue pas au même jeu. Hein.
Very nice.
C'est même pas je suis derrière, je suis même pas sur le même jeu.
Substance, but it is so satisfying when you land it right.
Hey, you didn't say it saved a lot of time, you still saved time.
Après aussi, bon,
You
This
want to
is
say what
true.
much?
Attends.
Get faster than
C'est
ever.
ça.
Hey, Blast, do you have a quick
J'ai même pas 50 heures de jeu, hein.
track here?
I do have a longer one that I think you guys might want to hear.
Et ça, je pense que c'est le jeu, tu mets les heures
Potentially relate to the next track here.
pour devenir bon, hein.
It is a
Non, mais les petits sauts comme ça,
Oh, wow.
c'est tellement stylé.
Smash Brothers
Oh, wow.
scene saying, hey, Squanto and Eddie Ketty, it's basically tradition for a lot of us to gather during GDQ week to watch the event, and it's so cool that we get to see some of our own on the stage this year. We're overjoyed to get the pleasure of reminding our friends how much we love and support them while also contributing to a fantastic cause. So many people in our community were quick to give when they heard y'all would be here, and it just goes to show the impact y'all made on the scene. We've missed you guys since y'all moved away, but we're all so proud and happy to see y'all doing awesome things at an awesome event. Lastly, I can't resist an opportunity to get this wonderful announcer to say, hit the squad!
That's that's from Smash. Thank you all so much. Yeah, just some old
Oh,
friends.
les va où?
We're going outside of the dome here on Kane's Flats.
Kane's Flats.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see why, because once we're out here, there is no gravity. So once we hit this jump, hope you're happy with the direction your ship is going. As you see here, it's not a kind jump. And Eddie will make it look easy here. And now, I want to actually pass it off to Blast again here, just because this is the one and only Kane's Flats, aka Payne's Splats, and there are quite a few opinions. We have some diehard fans this one, and we want to know if any donations come in, making their voices known.
Comment je vais souffrir quand je vais arriver là-bas.
I think the voices have made themselves.
There we go. $50 and 1 cent from Icebox saying,
There
good
you
morning
are.
from France, donated in support of Kate's Flat being the best track in Redout II.
Yeah! And this is exactly why it's the best track, coming in on the Genesis Highway, an extremely fast straight that just sends you flying back into the city. You can reach speeds of almost 4,000 kilometers per hour.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, we won't see that in the Behemoth because that ship got voted in.
we still hit 3,000
but we'll-
consistently. That was great.
But we'll still see a whole bunch of speed during that section, and that won't be the only time we'll see it, as this next
Absolutely.
track that we're on will bring us back around to the Genesis Highway, but there will be extra boost pads, so we will be going even faster.
Absolutely, yeah.
Putain, les pics de vitesse.
Very clear why it's called Genesis Highway. It is quite literally a highway. That being said, until we hit there, I want to actually ask Corsad, do you have any talk on this track you want to kind of go over with Genesis? Because how do you design a city on the moon?
Or a track in no gravity.
That too.
Well, that was the fun part, actually. Like, you're not constrained by gravity, so you can really go crazy with tilts and like banking turns and like all these kind of dips.
You know, random programming question: was doing no gravity just going to like the gravity stat and just putting a 0 in there?
Pretty much, yeah. There's a trigger. Actually, I think it's the other way around. If I'm not mistaken, like the gravity for the environment is set to 0, and then there's a trigger in the dome that says, "Okay, here you have gravity here."
Oh, okay.
And
Pretty neat.
we saw Eddie clip through a little bit of collision there. That
Don't
really
worry about
long
it.
jump he just took. There are a bunch of little platforms on the side that you can take, but we just want to fly all the way to the end, take advantage of that boosting time in the air
Hey,
without
now-
gravity.
Hey, now if you think really hard about it, does collision exist?
If you're going fast enough, no.
Faster than ever?
Faster than ever.
Oh là 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 là.
Anyways, we're going to be coming up after these last few turns here to the Genesis Highway once more, making its name
C'est
known.
stylé.
In here. Let's see how
26,
fast
27,
he
20.
can get.
Coming in, landing at the last second. Going for
no.
the dive.
Oh, il a raté.
That could be very tricky
I
to do at
went for
high
it.
speeds.
I went for it.
He went for the swag.
It was
worth
close
it.
though. Yeah, it was worth it. Very close though.
I tried to do that for you, Tor.
I'm still gonna say I finished faster some of your practice runs.
Don't remind me.
No. Anyways, would you wanna say what your thoughts on this next track are?
My thoughts are, your favorite racing game might be cool. Is it Race Around a Black Hole cool? I don't think so.
Oh yeah, this is Origin Black Hole, probably the most visually stunning track in the entire game. But we have a black hole there, and that is not for show.
That's correct. The black hole is always pulling you towards it at all times. And with Redout II's track design, twisting you around, changing your orientation, that black hole is going to be changing its relation to you constantly, because right now it's down below us on the right. As we come around this turn, it's going to be in front of us. Gravity will be pulling you left, right, forward, back. It will help you, it will harm you, and we're about to see one of its biggest helps right here on a section we call the Brain Melter, where Eddie's going to dive into the black hole section right here, going over a crest, getting a slingshot, gravity slingshot through that, getting slung through, instantly rocketing to 3,000 kilometers per hour. It is one of the fastest sections in the game, despite being one of the shortest burst speed sections.
Yeah, and one thing to note there is if you're looking, we actually decelerated there a little bit. That's just because during that crest there and that inverted loop, if we don't break the second we hit 3,200 kmh, we're actually going so fast that we will detach and fly off the track no matter what. So we need to
high second.
High second place.
Oh, that hadn't happened a lot recently. It happened a lot before.
I usually beat them.
Yeah, so on the boss tracks, we have to have at least one opponent here. So second place making themselves known. Give a shout out to second place here.
So just want to highlight real fast coming up, Eddie's going to be passing through a corkscrew, and keep an eye on that black hole. It's below him. Now it's left, above, right, below, left, above. Gravity was constantly pulling him every which way during that section, but he kept the line straight and made it look easy.
Absolutely.
Déjà, quand la gravité change pas, c'est compliqué.
Can you explain kind of how you did that gravity manipulation for the black hole corset?
Yeah, it was custom made. At the beginning, we designed the track by simply like placing the black hole at the bottom and like rotating everything by 90 degrees. So like it looked like you were racing in space. But then there wasn't enough. Like rotating the world was also a pain, like practically. So we basically implemented a gravity that is towards a single point, and it's custom.
Yeah,
so it actually behaves like a black hole with a very
that's really
dense
cool.
single point.
So
thank you.
So coming in here to the final track of Black Hole Sputnik, one of the most notorious tracks in the Redout community, as it serves as the penultimate challenge in the base campaign. This track is all about momentum conservation. You've been seeing before how Eddie bursts his speed up and cruises for a little bit. Well, this track is about holding that burst speed for a prolonged period of time. We're going to see him sling through this loop, over this crest, through this little squiggly bend right here. I like to call this section squiggles. A quick hyper boost to refresh his speed. The black hole's above him, so he's going to receive a little gravity assist on that crest, getting through a loop into a right-hander that's going to shoot him down to the black hole. Watch that speedometer. It's going to rapidly accelerate.
Oh, yeah.
And we are now down at the accretion disk. It's a pretty sight down here at the black hole, and it is also hot because black holes are apparently hot.
Do we have like scientific data from black hole? Like, did y'all go to tour a black hole when making this track?
Talk about realism.
Yeah.
I think we made everything up.
That's. I mean, honestly, that's fair.
So coming up
It looks
here
real good.
is the final challenge of the Sputnik track. Eddie's going to be diving into the black hole, into this right-hander, hoping to get a slingshot gravity assist through the turn so that he can come up this spiral. The black hole is behind him, and had he...
La vitesse!
would have pulled him back, and he would have had to do a crawl of shame out of that area. So
That was beautifully done.
yeah, so we're going to go ahead and pass it over to Blast as we transition to the next track right here. Blast, take it away with some donations.
The Campin' Dutchman chimes in with a $10
Hey.
donation, saying, ciao, everyone. Of course, that might be the dev on the mic, but the other devs are lurking and watching. Working on Redout 2 was a great privilege, and I'm super happy to see it being represented here, helping out with such a fantastic charity. I see tracks, I have become track, the trackiest of them all. Big ups, everyone, and enjoy.
Oh, il est joli ce circuit.
Oh, I was just going to introduce this next track here because we are on the beautiful sights of the Caribbean Dam. You know, we just had the most punishing track in the entire game. So why don't we just go take a nice little vacation here? We got tropical sights. We got crabs even here.
Get your crab emotes out.
Oh, yeah. However,
you guys see crabs?
it's all, yeah, we have some crabs here. We're not going to see them for a little bit, but once we go back to the starting section, there's a whole line of them.
His name's Tony.
Which one?
The crab, the red one.
Okay. So the thing is, though, that's all a ruse because we just went from the most punishing track in the game to the most punishing environment. So you're going to see throughout this entire track, essentially like three Sputniks back to back. This track is about preserving that momentum and keeping your speed high, as Cloak talked about throughout the entirety of
Oh là là, allez hop.
over the entire environment of Caribbean Dam.
Yeah, the the straightaways on this track just allow you to, in the game's words, when you first come here, unleash the full power of your ship, and they were not kidding. There are so many boost pads and so many straightaways, so many places just to really open that ship up and just let it full burn and go as fast as you can possibly go.
Oh, yeah, here's the crabs I'm talking about. You got one on the left here, one on the right. Tony was a bit earlier. I did see him this time.
Yeah, I forgot to wave to him. So
we'll do it on the next way back.
Yeah, so Corset, you wanted to talk a little bit about the development pipeline, since this was the first DLC environment. So how was it creating this track after the game had already had its initial release?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention real quick that I think this is one of the, like, visually, one of the tracks I prefer. Like, visually, it's just so colorful, and it's so related with the ground and the landscape. That is something I really loved, and I know that the team loved it as well. Like, and the fun part is that, like, you really learn how to not properly make tracks, but like the tracks you make once the production is over are always better than the ones you started with. At least that was my impression. And that's kind of a shame, because then you think, like, you know, development is over. But thankfully, like, we got around to do a couple of DLCs where we could, like, try new stuff. And I love how in this case we managed to, like, create, like, space for actually going fast and unleash the power of your ship, and at the same time insert some technical sections where you have to, like, you know, manage rolls on your jumps and, like, manage your stability and strafing in tight corners. That is something we really looked forward to.
Ah, ça mange les murs un peu là. Hein.
You know, the meta stat is speed, of course, because it's a racing game, but, like, we have all these other stats like steering, strafing, stability, and whatnot, so they have to be relevant, right? If you put them in the game, then they have to be useful. So tracks like Tokyo and technical sections like these, like, justify their existence in a way.
And now we're going to be coming up to the final track of the Caribbean Dam, and my personal favorite to say, which is Tropical Twister. That's just a great name. Now,
Tubular.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of a long time on on one word to describe it, and I'd call it tubular.
Now, why would you?
I mean, look at you're doing all these jumps through this waterfall section. And now you got this big turn coming up, which is one of the most satisfying turns in the entire game.
Oh yeah, taking this turn at speed, just hugging it, just the satisfaction of just drifting through a wide turn at high speed. It's just when you nail it right.
Okay, I also chose tubular for one more reason. That is for the Tropical Twister itself. So let's see how many boost pads Eddie can get here.
2.
That's 2, 3,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Nice. And also that was a tube. That's why I said tubular. Yeah, there's so many boost pads scattered throughout. We want to hit as many as we possibly can just to get all that additional speed coming out to the end of the track.
Going to be seeing a little hyper here into a very tight loop, hoping for no landing bugs so Eddie can get a slingshot through this.
Yeah, there was another section like this earlier that was absolutely, when Corsa was talking, I just want to go back and just say that was absolutely beautiful.
Oh!
That would.
D'accord.
Now, as we round out this track, do we have 1 or 2 donations real quick from Blast?
Yeah, absolutely. Got a little bit of a longer one from Zorinar.
Il récupère par terre. Même pas. Un peu.
To the GDQ stage is truly amazing. All of us here in the community are so proud of you and are lucky to have you. All the hard work you have put into not just this run, but also the tournaments you put on and the fun you bring to the weekly wall grind. Good luck on the run, brace for takeover, and dream of Lunare buffs.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So now we're going to be going to Terra Roop. So we just went through the most punishing track in the game, then the most punishing environment. So that means we're going to have a break, right?
No.
Yeah. And there's one reason, besides just the track design itself, there's one important thing that this track introduces, which is a term that's colloquially become known as griplash. So, Cloak, do you want to explain what griplash is?
Sure. So, as we discussed earlier when we were in Cairo and Mariana Trench, and as Corsac gave insight on, when you're in a hot area, your grip increases, and when you're in a cold area, that had me confused. When you're in a hot area, your grip decreases, and when you're in a cold area, your grip increases. Now, Terra Roops has quite a few sections that will see you changing from hot to neutral to cold, back to hot, many times over, especially during some very technical sections that Eddie's going to have to navigate. And he's going to have to do that while his ship's grip is changing constantly.
And in the ship that can't turn.
And in the ship that can't turn, but hey, it's a tank. But we're going to see that mainly towards the end of this, on one of the more infamous tracks, Maidens of Carrier, or as we say for short, we just call it Maidens. So up until then, we've got plenty of time. So, of course,
That being said, we're still going to see these environmental changes as dictated by the corner of the screen here.
And then coming up real quick, we're going to see this long straightaway in the cold. Eddie's going to really be able to leverage that extra hold the Behemoth has to boost through this entire thing, take this jump, flip the ship 180 degrees, hopefully no landing bug,
Nice
into one of the
done.
scariest corners
All
you're
right.
coming into, because you come into you very cleanly taken,
Ah ouais, le virage juste après la réception.
extremely high speed,
On the ship that can't turn, by the way.
but it's a tank.
It's a tank, but apparently it's good stopping on a dime, so...
Because it has no stability.
So, of course, any insight on Terror Roops?
Now, I wanted to say that I also hate Behemoth, but maybe I shouldn't.
My man.
Nah, not much. I mean, it was a joy to design this specific track because we set off with having wide open spaces and not being constrained. So this is, in a way, is the opposite of Tokyo. I love Tokyo because you have a
Ah
challenge.
ouais, t'es
This because
littéralement sur la lave.
you have a blank canvas and it was very nice.
So
And
something
as you mentioned, all these effects on the driving, from the temperature, we do interpolate them. The thing is, you go, especially 80, when you go fast, when you go this fast, switching between one area and the other happens very quickly, and so the effects are applied to the ship as well, quickly as well. So of course things change right under the hood.
Oh yeah, I mentioned earlier, we mentioned building the track on top of, a city that was over a destroyed city. This one is just, they found ancient ruins here and built a track through it. That was the protocol.
Yeah, let's not dig them up, put them in a museum or study them. Let's just build a racetrack there.
And the sites are beautiful, though.
As the SRL does.
That being said, we have hit the final track, which is the infamous Maiden. So I'll let you take it away, Chloe.
So right now, Eddie's going through a little bit of a temp change section, but he's not going through the big one yet. So we're going to go ahead and pay attention to the corners of his screen if you can. Right as soon as he rounds this upcoming corner, you're going to see it get hot, and then he's going to start going through some rapid temperature changes. I'm going to call him out as we do it. So right now, he's hot. Now he's neutral. Now he's hot again.
Neutral.
Cold. Neutral.
Hot.
Neutral, and back to cold, all on a long hairpin turn that he has to maintain control of through the entirety with his grip changing. What was that, 6 or 7 times over? That was not easy, but he makes it look easy.
Absolutely. And on the ship that can't steer, by the way.
On the ship that can't steer, by the way. And he's coming up to one of the most infamous hairpins in the game, actually, because this hairpin claims a lot of runs. But he makes it through just fine. And we're going to be heading to the end of Terror Roops now. Blessed, we have room for probably 2 or 3 quick donations before we pass it off to Eddie for Vertex.
Sounds good. We have a $10 donation from Seal saying, good luck on the run, Eddie Ketty. $25 from CJski16 saying, been anticipating this one. Let's go, Eddie. $7 from Blue saying every weirdly placed invisible wall has a story.
Putain, mais la concentration qu'il faut
Action earlier on.
pour pouvoir enchaîner tous les circuits comme ça.
We do also have a $200.05 donation.
5 cents.
Yeah, 205.
C'est violent.
Stetler. That was done via Twitch. And just a reminder to the fine folks at home, if you are donating via Twitch, you can just go ahead and where you typically see subscribe, you can click donate to charity. And if you're on desktop, we do have the Twitch extension, which allows you to then support our incentives and bid wars.
As we come towards the end here, I kind of want to take over a bit. I want to take this opportunity to just give a massive shout out to the
Ah, mais ça, c'est le circuit de l'entraînement, ça?
stage without you. All of you that helped me
Pas des trucs quand ils font les tutos?
new tricks, you gave me ideas on how to practice, you just challenged me to do all of these cool things. You helped me get to the skill level I'm at today where I'm able to throw myself still kind of have fun while I'm doing it, which is kind of crazy actually.
Even though you're in a behemoth.
Exactly.
The ship that can't steer.
People like Zoronar, Rokanath, Dandy, Cloakshire behind me, Neurocosm, Navy Star Bandit, Yuri saw even then
Oh!
in kind of creating that Lunare pilot that scares you in multiplayer. But it's not just them that create a good community. You also need good pillars. You need good people in a community, and Redout has that in spades. Redout has been one of the most how do I say this, positive and welcoming communities I have ever had the pleasure to be a part of. It's a community where you can get better just for the sake of getting better. You can play a game simply because you want to have fun. And the people where I can basically say I play multiplayer not because I'm looking for any kind of glory or anything like that, but because I genuinely want to play with you guys is incredible. People like Ironos, people like Psydak, Dell, Shagahod, Icebox, some old heads as well. You're all incredible people, and I'm glad that I've had the opportunity to meet all of you and at least show you a very good game on GDQ stage. And hey, if Redout has inspired you and you're thinking, man, this game looks awesome, I want to play this too, there is actually an official community you can go find where we're hosting multiplayer sessions every week. We're hosting tournaments, as that one donation from Zorinar kind of indicated. Matter of fact, there's a Welcome Week tournament happening soonish, I believe, so if you're a new player, keep in mind out for that. And we also just have challenges like the 7-day challenge, which are designed to push you into your limits. Just get better at the game at your own pace. It's a fantastic place to start. However, if anti-gravity racing now also has you hooked, you're thinking, man, I want more games like this. You're not alone. There are other communities out there for other anti-gravity racing games, and one that I want to draw particular attention to is a group of Wipeout players and the Anti-Gravity Racing Foundation. You can search them up and you'll find them there. They're a collection of Wipeout players who are dedicated to just playing Wipeout for the sake of having fun with it. And they similarly have the same type of community where they just get together and play a game they love, even if, I think they say this in their own server description, they're fantasizing over a dead game. That's all I have to say for shoutouts. So as we're coming to the end here, I want to point out that time is coming up soon once you see a giant first pop up on screen. We'll call it out together.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet. So do we have actually like one quick donation here?
We're really close.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
Okay. So we are about to enter the final hyper here.
YouTube.
The next one will be our last on
GDQ
here.
Are you ready?
La fin, YouTube. Bon, de toute façon, je dois aller donner à manger
You see
au
a
chien.
first pop up on screen.
Oh là là.
Call it out together.
Ah ouais, il veut pas la fin. Pas le droit.
We're not quite there yet. So do we have actually like one quick donation here?
We're really close.
Okay.
Je pousse.
Okay.
Je suis pas abonné.
So
Comment ça, je suis pas abonné?
Enter the final hyper here. The next one will be our last on
GDQ
here.
Are you
C'est vrai que j'ai des queues, je regarde sur Twitch, je regarde pas sur YouTube.
a left turn and then we're going to cross the finish. Get ready.
All right.
Whip that turn.
3,
Hyper
2, 1. Time.
Alors, on a regardé en 180p.
You want to say anything?
We're getting there. We're getting. Let me get time together.
I'm not impressed
slow.
with this time. But
It was still great. That was a beautiful run.
So your time was a 47:44.92.
And that's
very slow, by the way. The world record is me by 47:17, and I've been hitting sub 47s in practice. I am distraught over this.
Nah, that
No,
was
you got-
great.
you
That
got-
was beautiful.
You had the B-Moth.
Yeah, it's beam.
You did well.
It's your fault, Shago. You did this, Shago.
No, you'll get to see my run tomorrow, and then we can compare times.
Oh, I
then.
cannot wait.
So since Eddie
May I
did,
say one thing, Eddie? May I say one thing? Like that final speech makes you a winner in any case.
Oh, thank you.
so Eddie went ahead and did his little spiel. I just want to give a massive shout out to the Redout community as well. I want to give a shout out to GDQ. Thank you guys for having us here, letting us bring a little bit of what we find special in gaming to share it here with y'all in hopes that we can show that we have a community. We're always looking for people to come have fun with us. And I just want to give you guys a big thank you and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. It's so great to be here for the first time.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to say real quick, as someone that's been going through it myself, if you are interested in this game and say, hey, this game looks great, I want to try it, then I recommend you to do so and then come back to this run after playing it for a bit, because this run
Oui, tu vois la différence.
is even more impressive the more time you put into this game. It's so
Tu vois à quel point le jeu est technique.
unique this game is. Anyways, I want to ask you, Corset, do you have any last final thoughts, comments? Any shout-outs you want to do?
Well, again, I'd like to give a shout out to the dev team who's actually working on our next game, who's due in February. long live edgy racing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today, of course. I cannot express how great it was to be able to have you on the on commentary with us here. And once again, thank you, GDQ, for having us. But if that's it, then I will just go ahead and say, Blast, you can take us out.
All right, everybody, let's show some love once again for Eddie, Squanto, Cloakshire, and of course...
Trop puissant. Bon, je reviens. Le temps d'aller donner à manger aux chiens. Et on continue. Hop et là. Allez, je mange un petit dessert et on relance. Allez. On peut l'enlever. Allez, la suite. Si j'ai pas fini premier et j'ai pas fait dans le plus rapide. Par contre, j'ai le son qui gueule un peu là. Ah, on le sent. J'ai peut-être remis le son un peu fort. Ouais, ça gueule. 50. Hop, et là. Il va falloir un moment hein, que j'apprenne ce circuit là. Oh là là. Commence. Oh mais je sais plus prendre ce virage. Allez, allons essayer. Ah oui, il faut que j'apprenne à cancel avant la fin. Genre comme ça. Oh bah super. Ah, dans un virage. Je sais pas où j'allais, mais y aller, hein. Et j'ai vraiment du mal. J'ai vraiment du mal quand c'est pas en vue à la première personne. Je joue un peu plus loin. Ah, j'ai trop tourné. Tourne trop tôt. Ah, j'aurais dû stopper avant. Oh, le mur. On recommence. On va finir par s'y habituer au circuit. Ah. Ah, ce virage. Ah oui, bah c'est pas bon. pourquoi ça a décollé là? Peut-être que je change de véhicule. Mais qu'est-ce que je fais? Je sais plus dans quel sens il faut que je me mette. Ah, on prend pas là-haut! T'es obligé de passer en dessous! Oh bah non. Alors? J'étais encore trop haut? Il y a moyen de récupérer le circuit en haut, d'accord. Ah, c'est celui en dessous que je récupère, pas tout en haut. Et je passe à côté. Oh, pourquoi des fois ce virage-là il tourne pas? Puis j'ai dit aussi, il faut que j'essaye un autre véhicule. On va quitter de là. Essayer un autre véhicule. Oh, il est stylé lui. Allons essayer un coup la serre. Et... ouais, il arrive pas loin. On va voir un coup les autres véhicules. 150. Allez, allons tester un coup. Error. Ah, mais pourquoi j'ai freiné? Abruti. Ah, j'arrive pas, hein. Troisième personne, ça me déstabilise. Ah bah voilà, suffisait de prendre le conquérant. Faut faire 5 perfect long. 3 coups. 3 tours en sens inverse. Hein. Voilà, je me suis raté. Ah, j'ai vu comment il faisait là. Jamais j'arrive à faire ça. Et 2,03. Troisième. À combien? 1,50. Oh. Oh là là, tournez trop. Ah, d'un coup, il est parti tout droit. Enfin, faut que je fasse des good landing aussi. Des perfects. Oh! Pourquoi il a décollé? J'appuyais bien en bas. Bon, j'étais en train de booster aussi. Mais il se passe quoi là? Ah, voilà. Ah, je tourne trop tôt. J'ai mis le petit coup de frein qui m'a fait changer de trajectoire. Ça m'a jeté. Peut-être pas un circuit pour le conquérant ici aussi. Hein. 0. Je suis toujours le troisième. Et 10 secondes. 10 secondes à prendre. C'est pas le bon vaisseau. Hein. On va voir si on peut pas prendre autre chose. Lui, il tourne beaucoup. Et Acid Rain. Pas mal avec ça. Quand même troisième, hein. Je voulais pas quitter la route comme ça. Je voulais tenter le saut, mais pas comme ça. Ah, la vue elle a changé. Ah, je préfère comme ça. Hein. La sensation est tellement meilleure. Oui, mais là je vois pas en fait. Donc j'ai pas gagné en vitesse. Du tout. Raté. Oh, j'ai pris des dégâts où là? Quand même du 2 minutes, hein. Essayez en notre chip. Allez, on essaye un peu les 2-0-1. On va essayer un peu celui-là. Ouf. Ouais, ça je ferai pas mieux. Ah merde, j'ai fait restart. On réessaye alors. Bien passer au-dessus. À 2000. Continue. Comme ça, normal. Lui aussi. Et 3 tours. Sérieux? Super. Oh là là. Je le mur à des endroits. Il reste encore un tour, c'est vrai. Oh, c'est à côté de tout. Oh là, si j'étais pas tombé. Si j'étais pas tombé. finis à 100 mètres. Allez, on recommence. Hein. Yep, I didn't make that mistake and follow the track. Oh là 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 là. C'est le dernier tour, allez. On va se concentrer. Oh, sérieux. Comment ça? Oh là 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 là, comment il s'est craché là? Oh là là. c'est peut-être pas le bon vaisseau aussi, hein. Je vais me mettre un lastique. Oh non! Bon, on va changer de vaisseau. On va tenter un coup le Wallace. C'est à fou. Marrant ça. Ah, allez. Ah, j'arrive jamais à rester là-haut. Comment on fait? Ah, c'est pas comme ça. « 2-0-1, premier essai avec ce vaisseau-là. » Ouais. Ah, il me dépasse trop comme si de rien n'était. J'aime pas ça, hein. Surtout, il me dépasse, mais je les rattrape plus. Oh, je regardais pas. Je regarde pas ce que je fais. Allez, concentre. Putain, mais comment ils font? Bon, je vais reprendre le Conquérant. Hein. Y'a que avec ce vaisseau-là, ça arrive pas, ces trucs-là. Passer au travers. Passer au travers du circuit. J'ai bien esquivé les pads là. Allez, on essaye de rester... Bon bah non. Il me met un élastique comme ça, normal. Et il est tombé le sac. Faut pas que je me rate alors. Sérieusement, j'ai été trop vite sur la fin. trop vite. Oh, ça va trop loin. Oh, faut pas aller trop vite. Ah, I forgot about that. I think I used it once when the game showed me in the tutorial, and I never used it. Bon, là on va aller doucement. Enfin, pas aller doucement. Pas trop vite. Pas la même erreur. Ah. Et... Ah bah non. Ah. Non, 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 non. What? Voilà. Broke the game. Yeah, I guess with this kind of game, the speed will. If you not put guardrails, you can easily break the game with this kind of speed. Ah! Ah, un nouveau vaisseau! Alors on change. Alors on va prendre lui. Et tout à fond. Yeah. I guess you could do that without the kill wall. You just fly the entire way. Oh, I don't know this. Ah. I didn't expect this section. Ah. Ow. C'est là qu'il fallait faire. Oh! Là aussi, je crois. Third. Every time I get third. Continue. Oh là là. Oh. Ça c'est une map faut jouer Conqueror ça. Not this shit. This one. Ouais. Ouh. Voilà. Oh! On peut recommencer. Hero is a good ship. It's fast, but it's hard to handle. And A-League is a little bit far. I think I'm in the middle of B. Or I'm in A. I don't. No, I'm in A. Voilà, reste bien droit. Ah, mais non! C'est pas bon. Ouais! Et arrêtez de tourner là. Ouf. Ah mais I just have to aim. Voilà. Au troisième. Ah oui. C'est comme ça. Oh! Why did I do that? Allez, je triche mais c'est pas grave. Et quoi, ces derniers tours, ouais. Ah oui, bon, bah le qualify first position. Allez.
drivability, and speed. But sometimes it overheats quickly. People often joke that the engineers forgot to test it out of water.
D'accord, donc ça il faut jouer sous l'eau. Ah oui, bah on va pas le jouer ici. On va pas du tout le jouer. Ah! Il y a virage en couillon là. Ah! Ouh! Juste. Un kilomètre en... Ah! Ah, on fera un autre jour. Et là, c'est dans l'eau. Là, on prend le... Ah ouais, il tourne, mais il strafe pas du tout. Ah, là, il strafe un peu. Oh. Oh. Regardez ça. Ah ouais, la barre remplit vite, hein. Oh, un autre circuit. Ok, celui-là, ok. Vraiment peu, hein. Trop tard. 1,5 km de lit. Et on commence. Oh là là. Mais qu'est-ce qu'il fout là? Oh! Ah, j'arrive pas à mettre 1,5 km. Bon, on verra plus tard. Clair d'océan, Trax. Ok. Là, elle est à gauche. Oh bah non. Oh non. Ah, c'est là qu'il faut l'activer. En face, toujours. On m'a stoppé net. Oh, il n'y avait pas de saut. Oh. Allez, on recommence. juste ça. Hein. Oh, il y en a un devant moi. Il y en a il est derrière. Ok. Oh là 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 là. Oh là là. C'était pas toutes les versions, enfin. On recommence. Oh là 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 là. Parti tellement vite. Et après j'ai pris droite au lieu de droite-gauche. Oh là 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 là. Oh là là, mais pourquoi je fais ça? Ah, allez. Regarde comment il me rattrape là. J'entends là derrière là. Je l'entends là. Il a voulu me dépasser. 2 petites secondes. Je vais chercher de l'eau. Quelle heure il est là? Hop. Allez. Cloud Océan. Je reprendrai pas le... Eh bien. Et pourquoi j'ai pris ça? C'est pas le... J'ai vu Océan et j'ai pris le Helix. Dans ça. Oh là là. Et des murs. Oui, celui-là, il faut se retourner. Oh oui, bon d'accord. On passe au travers. Là, il faut se retourner. On va essayer. Bah oui, mais il faut viser l'autre circuit maintenant. Oh là 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 là. La gravité. Ah ouais, non, on va rester dans l'autre sens. Oh mais non. Ah, je voulais pas aller en dessous là. Oh là là, j'ai décalé un poil. Et à la fin, ça a fait un gros décalage. Oh. Oh là 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 là. Mais pourquoi il accroche pas là? Très bien. On sent la fatigue là. Hein. On commence à inventer des erreurs. Allez, il faut se concentrer là. Magnifique. Faut que je finisse. Pas moyen ça. Allez, on repasse en vue. À première personne. J'ai plus l'habitude. Oh là là. Le double mur. Je vois mieux aussi. Pesé, mais c'est pas grave. Oh, j'ai activé trop tard. Faut activer dans le virage. Faut activer dans le virage. Hey! Hein? Pourquoi il est passé au travers là? Ah, j'étais bon là. là quand même, je suis bon. Alors... Là. Un peu de bonheur là. Ah, parce qu'on peut rater ici. J'ai le droit? Non, j'ai pas le droit. Si je fais ça. Ah, presque. Ah oui, mais c'est pas maintenant qu'il faut l'activer. Et j'ai cogné, j'ai cogné, j'ai cogné. Voilà, 1500. Alors ici... C'est bien. Non, c'est un autre. Ah non, c'est à l'envers. Ouais, c'est à l'envers. Ah, ça fait trop bizarre. Oh! J'ai vu le circuit pendant que je partais loin. Non, 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 non. Faut pas que j'accélère ici. Voilà. Tranquillement. Ah oui, c'est vrai que ce vaisseau-là, il... Le strafing est pas trop ça. Hein. Oh! Ah, c'est trop bizarre à l'envers. Trop bizarre. Et il va vite. À droite, toi. Ah non! Ah. Deux fois là, enfin deux fois. À chaque fois ici, il veut pas récupérer le circuit là. Ouais, on te recommence. Ça va être trop loin. En vrai, il faut pas prendre trop de vitesse ici, hein. C'est dur, hein. J'active pour manger un mur tout de suite derrière. Oh là là. Mais tourne. Et si j'accélère pas. Ah. Ah bah oui. Oh là là. Dur, dur. Ah oui, le 2 km en un jump. Ah, on verra ça plus tard. Oh. Il est là 23h. aïe 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 aïe. Aïe. Moi c'est passé du premier coup. Ah oui, je suis bien en A-Ligue. Hein. Oh. Ah, il reste beaucoup. Est-ce qu'il y a un chip? Ah, là, il y a... Ah, c'est un nouveau chip. Un nouveau... So. Conquête. Ah là c'est à l'endroit. Aïe aïe aïe, je voulais prendre la droite. Dans un sens, c'est facile. Ah, c'était juste un time trial. Ah. C'est de toi. Hop, 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 hop. Ah oui, non, il fallait attendre. Ici. Oh. Ah, il est passé à côté de moi, il m'a fait peur. Il est pas passé doucement, hein. Ah, mais sérieux, cette version du circuit, normalement, je... Ça... Oui, là, il a décidé que non. Commence à fatiguer, voilà. Quelle heure il est? Et 23h30, ça fait plus de 7 heures. 7h30 que je stream. M'étonne que la fatigue elle commence à se pointer. Hop. Aïe. J'ai pas regardé ce qu'il fallait faire. 2 km en un seul saut. Oh, si je le fais pas, c'est pas grave. Hein. Ah, ici, je sais comment il faut faire. Je l'avais fait déjà, ça. Ici, il faut faire en un seul saut. Donc, il faut que je garde mon boost pour ici. Oh, je suis parti. Est-ce que j'ai droit? Je suis parti tellement loin. Mais il faut faire ça. Ah oui, c'est vrai qu'ici, il faut se poser tôt, sinon c'est pas bon. Même pas le mur ni rien, c'est... Il faut pas... Il faut se poser avant. Le circuit, on dirait, il est pas actif. Ah! On va passer par en dessous. D'accord. Faut monter et après il faut piquer. Faut que je me pose là. Trop tard. Peut-être j'ai même pas besoin de l'hyper boost. Allons essayer un coup sans là. J'ai fait 2000 là? Ouais. Oh là là. Voilà. Et juste là pour les points. Ah oui, le qualify first. Électrique. Aïe. Ah, celui-là je connais pas. Ah oui, je connais pas celui-là. Oh! C'est pas un circuit à l'envers, ça? Enfin, on dirait, hein? C'est pour ça que je reconnais pas. Allez, petit virage serré à la fin. Troisième, toujours. Pour faire premier, c'est une 40. Oh, oh là là, il n'y a pas de mur. Oui, c'est la fin ici. Que de manger les murs. Ouais, je suis troisième, même pas deuxième. Je vois même pas le premier. Ah, il est là le premier. Trois tours. Ah, je fais que de manger les murs. Toi. Ouh là là. Ah non, mais déjà, à l'endroit, le circuit, il est dur, alors à l'envers. Il est là 52, le temps. Pas le temps. Oh là là, un peu trop juste pour moi là. Hein. Le deuxième il part. Il s'en va. Et moi aussi. là là, j'ai cru que j'avais passé en dessous. Oh là là. Oh, raté. Ah, bien sûr, je rate ici. J'ai plus droit au boost? J'ai plus droit au boost. Non, pas le droit. Ah bah ça c'est pas mal ça. Hein. Avoir le boost bloqué à la fin. Plein de petits bugs quand même. Hein. Mais bon. On va essayer de jouer comme ça. Pourquoi? Pourquoi? Heureusement qu'on m'a rappelé que ça existait cette tueur. Hein. Bon, le finira à 1500 un autre jour. Bon, minuit. Minuit, on va s'arrêter là quand même. Il reste combien? Plein, hein. Donc là, je pense que c'est un nouveau vaisseau. Là aussi. Ah, le Mantis. Le Mantis. Bon. On a 3 vaisseaux à débloquer là en 1. Et ce sera pour un autre joueur. Allez hop. Des bisous. Bye bye.